All right. Hello guys. Let me just fix this window before we actually get started. Wow, closed caption is really off today. All right. So what are we gonna do? I've been streaming app development now for a couple days, and actually we're making sort of progress. And I have something to show for, which is pretty cool. I hope we can get somewhere today. I have a huge to-do list that I want to get through. We're not going to do everything because that would be too much, but I hope I can get a few things going, which would be cool. We got our nice SimCity 3000 background music, so that will be pretty cool. Very relaxing. Hopefully it's not too loud. Hopefully it's not too quiet either. And let's see if we can get through this to-do list here. So what I have for us today, I'm just gonna make this a little bigger here. Is first things first, is we are gonna have to adjust the Stabilite framework to offer some sort of data transform functionality. We're not gonna publish this version because I need to do documentation as well, but definitely need to implement that because when I am traveling in this game, let me just quickly demonstrate that. When we are traveling, on this screen we've got this number counting down, and of course this is the amount of seconds, but that's not very clear. And it can be minutes because that all depends on how far you're traveling. And what I want to do is have a method that I can format this in my framework, because right now in this framework there's just no such option, and otherwise I have to circumvent that entirely, and that's also not acceptable. So yeah, we're gonna have to have a look at that. That's gonna be first. Secondly is we're gonna have to shuffle around a little UI, because right now there's no place to add a currency for it. I want to put that in here. It's a little it's very like the setup is very spacious, but what I want to do is move this line a little bit and make the fuel and cargo properties a little smaller, and instead of the words fuel and cargo, I'm going to use icons. For this I'm going to use Font Awesome. I already have the Font Awesome fonts embedded in the app. The Font Awesome 5 Pro, light, regular and solid. So we can actually minimize that UI a little bit, move it over a little bit. Position is too big. We don't need half the space for just the position, so we can move that a little bit. And then we're going to be able to add a currency to that same area on top over there. And this number will be bigger, so we're going to need more space for that. So probably, yeah, we're going to figure that out, how we're going to do it exactly. And also need to take, of course, into account that this is background's a little loud. Thank you and welcome, Codigo. Thank you for mentioning that. Hopefully it's better now. But yeah, the currency is going to be the same level as my voice. Is it better now? Should be better now, right? Otherwise I have to tweak it a little bit, but it should be there, but it should not overwhelm Definitely not overwhelming. Oh, come on, I lost the screen. It's better? Cool. Cool. That's pretty cool then. Yeah, I just adjusted it, so hopefully it's better now. And welcome. How do I pronounce that? How do I pronounce that? Welcome. I need OBS open as well. Okay. I mean, you can say Baba, but it's a bit, might be a bit weird. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna shuffle this around a little bit. We're gonna have a look at how we can reposition this more correctly. Probably fuel and cargo sort of next to each other. Now we're you're not meant to say it. All right. So just hey you. We'll figure this positioning out. Should be okay. But money is definitely a big part of it. So maybe even, you know, we're gonna figure this out. But money is gonna be on that UI. Baba is okay. Baba is you. It's a pretty fun game. Okay, so after we've done adding currency and putting it in the UI, I'm gonna work on refueling. So 2 things. Buying hydrogen from fueling station, it should be something that's possible. So we're just gonna start with some startup money so we can at least just try it out a couple times. The electrolysis module is something we're gonna work on a little later. Because before we are doing that, we need to earn enough money to get to the asteroids. So we're gonna need to generate some asteroids, and this is probably the level where we're gonna get to today. Maybe persistent storage included as well. We're gonna see. It's definitely complicated stuff to do all this. So hopefully we can get to that resource market that I put in my title. Cargo selling and maybe cargo buying. I don't know yet. It could be something fun to do. But yeah, we'll see where we are getting to today. At least I put it in sort of the order that we need to do it on. Maybe I'm gonna put refueling a little later after I generated asteroids, but we'll see about that. But first we need to add data transform because that's definitely necessary. So I'm just gonna go ahead and find this library. There we go. Let's see, parse subscriptions, no, no. Parse subscriptions. Yeah, so we have it here. What it does in here, it's pretty straightforward, and subscription should of the data transform should be pretty straightforward as well. What we're doing is if we have a set in the method, it will call that function, and otherwise it will just set the property. Set can be very useful for certain UI elements that require the set function, but maybe you should kick this out. I don't know if there's any important setters that actually work like that. I don't know. Like the setters has been mostly, I put it in as a like set value. Yeah, set value can work, for example, on a picker. But then we have a second property and we are not doing anything with that. Scroll view. I don't know, actually. Is that zoom scale? Again, we can use the property as well. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it in. It's there, it works, so it's all right. So what I need to do is over here, I'm setting the value and setting the value here. And instead of doing this, we should have a look if my subscription actually has a data transform method. And I'm sort of interested in how we're gonna add this. We could do how would we set this per property? That's more of the question, I think, than actually setting it, because honestly it's pretty straightforward to do that, but we need to set it. So how are we gonna set it? What we could do is allow different things here. So instead of like if we have type of text, then we'll find the value. If we don't have type of text, if we have type of object, I think that's the good one. So value would be a good one, and then we do transform is format time. Wow, that's weird. This should probably fail as soon as this loads, but if we have a function exports that format time, we need to export it, otherwise it's not acceptable. Acceptable? Well, yeah, that too. Accessible. So if we do this, okay? Morning. Raw lines, that's, wait, what? This is weird. Why does it do this? Ferment time? Is ferment time a reserved function? Transform time. What? Why does it? Okay. I don't know if that is transform time. Okay. I don't know what's up with them. Raw lines, let's play. Raw lines? Nope. Okay. Transform time. So now we need to do parse subscriptions. Why does it do this? No, not just titanium. That's all over the place. Why the hell does my code do this? Why does VS Code highlight this? Why does my API call fire? Or the classic, wait, why did our production server send 1 million emails? Or push notifications? I've heard that one before. Mostly in the news though. Like, oh, this banking app just sent a test push notification. And then developer like, wait, why did it do that? There's always some excuse, but it's probably just a typo again. Parse subscriptions. So I think, so we are looking here if there's a value, which is okay. So what we need to do, so if type of equals string, and we have this, and if it's an object, then we have dot value. Hey Rescrits, welcome. How's it going today? Pretty good. We're working on extending our state manager with a option to have a transformation function before we render the data. But also keeping backwards compatibility so we can actually still use strings and not rely on the object notation instead. So allow both of these to be transformed correctly. So that should be interesting. But it should work already. It already should be able to find it. And then we can actually do the key here is also fine. Yep. Yeah, this is good. But instead we need to wait. We need to say if I wish I understood half of that. Oh, it's pretty fun. Basically, we need to dynamically determine what we want to render on screen, right? So instead of just copying it from place A to place B, we are having a method that allows us to say, okay, if it's A, then output this. If it's something else, then output this. So not directly print whatever is assumed that should be printed on screen. That's basically it. Okay, if it's an object, hope that's clear. If it's an object and we have it was data transform, right? No, just transform. Okay, and we have transform. You don't understand? Cool. So if we have a transform function, How are we gonna do this? We could actually bind this. So if we do time left with with just lowercase, right? No, okay, we have an uppercase. Time left, the transform time is this, okay. Then we should be able to call this UI res. Okay, this is really fun, but it should work. So we are transforming the res here. Okay, I'm saving this. I don't know where we're getting an error for. So now we are just, instead of returning the value, we return whatever, right? What's up with this thing? What's up with the TSS? Is it not valid or something? Because it keeps throwing errors. Does it not allow for multiple? Wait. Does the Webpack compiler not allow for this? Wait, if we do, okay, this is second. If we do this, does it not throw the error? It still does throw the error. Okay, and this one, still okay. So that's not that was not a problem. I was afraid it would not allow this, but okay. I don't know if it's. I don't know where this is coming from. But this should work, I think. travel. Module build failed. Okay, now it actually failed. God. Okay, we're gonna clean. Oh, no, we're gonna need to figure out why documents. Okay, we do have raw lines that split. It just throws the error here. Okay, so the compiler failed. Okay. Okay, we're gonna clean up then. Then our next compile is gonna take some time. Because that's what the life is when I run OBS. But theoretically, we should have we should have whatever there instead of the number of seconds. And if that's true, then we can do our transformation here. I truly hope this works. But first, we're gonna wait a few minutes, literally. I think it's like 2.5 on our CPU speed here, to actually compile this thing. I don't know why it's so slow, but it is. Nothing we can do about that. In the meantime, if you are on Twitter, I've tweeted about this stream about 20 minutes ago. So if you're on Twitter and you want to help me out, I would really appreciate a retweet for my stream today. And hopefully some more people can try to view my stream. And that will be nice. But yeah, until then, we'll just have to wait a little bit, I guess. Let's have a look at the to-do list. Because if this works, we do have data transfer functionality embedded. And then we should be able to also publish the update to Stabaloy to npm and GitHub. But right now I don't have. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do it after the stream. But then everyone can use the transformation function. But hopefully this won't throw any errors anymore. Because I don't think there's anything wrong here. I don't see any formatting issues. I only changed this section. Okay, we are compiled. Yeah, we still have that error. Okay, we're gonna need to debug this. So let's see, I didn't change much. I don't think this is a problem. Yeah, we didn't change anything really. And now it was still fine when I started today, so it can't be the code here. Can we stash this? Yes. Fuel status is read only. There, it's const. Let's. Interesting. But that wasn't the error. Oh, I see. Fix issue. There we go. Stat changes restored. And now it works? Really? Does it say awesome? Whatever here? No. Okay. I don't know. I honestly don't know what changed. But I'm guessing this is the classic if it works, don't touch it like situation. Okay, so what is the matter then? Why don't you transform? Moving JS console.log in transform. Okay, it's throwing the error again. Okay, so wait. This works? Okay. Okay. Wait, doesn't it not? Wait. It doesn't like the word transform? Is that it? Transform? Hello? No. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay. Transform time. It's not a function. Okay, I know that. Stop build, start build. Oh, the debugging, guys. Transform is not a function. Okay. Okay. Console.log. Transform time. Okay. How about this thing? Undefined. Okay. Do we have UI transform time? No. It's undefined. Okay. UI. It says here transfer time. So I'm guessing this is called before I actually set it, which makes sense because the UI creation is triggered before that. Okay, so that makes sense. All right, how do we fix this? How do we... And here I thought this was gonna be the easy part of today. How do we fix this? Could we do this through an event? Oh, that would be actually interesting. Function transform. Okay, we're gonna redesign this in a second. Transfer time. Okay. Okay, and then in here, transform true. Okay, so now we're not gonna call that function. What are we gonna do? I'm just gonna try this if this works. So time left, and we're gonna say on transform time. And then in Stabaloy, instead of calling it, so if we do have this, we just need to stop it here. Yes, okay. So if we actually don't need to fetch this, but I'm gonna work with here. If we have a transform, then instead we're gonna do UI dot fire event transform, and I'm gonna call data res source UI. Okay, so we're gonna call a transform function on that UI element, which we should be able to read in our controller. It says in transform. Okay. In transform, yes. Then we can say opt args. Okay. Arc, no, not args. Well, args is fine. Args dot source dot text is whatever. Can't find variable value. Makes sense. Okay. I forgot to return. Whatever. Cool. And we should actually... Okay. We should actually have... args.value. I think it was value, right? Value. There we go. So we should be able to set args.value there. So let's just reset our data for a second so we have fuel again. Doing it through events on the UI element actually makes total sense now that I think about it. Okay, so travel. And what we're gonna do here in just for testing purposes, we're gonna say seconds. I know this is not correct, but let me try this for a few seconds. Look at that. Look at it. It works. We got a transform functionality. All through the power of something that people used to Alloy are totally used to. The only thing you have to do is you need to set transform to true to a certain property. And we should be good. You can still set other properties without transformation. You don't have to do that filter. In the previous Stabiloid version actually had this limitation, where you had a single transform method. And you needed to run all properties through there. This is much better. You can set per property. Optionally, if you want to transform it. Very cool. Okay, I'm happy. So we're gonna do this here. I'm gonna say this here, so we need to know that, and then we can actually do this. Oh no, we don't actually have to do this. No, this is fine. This is fine. We still need to allow for the object property to work even if there's no transform, and then if there's a transform, we call the transform function instead of it. And then we are also passing the UI property. So we can actually work out what's actually happening. Okay. So if I do file, new window, don't have that. Open recent Stabiloid. Version 104. We're this February 04. Okay, we have this now. We can at least commit this. Add transform functionality. Yeah, it should not break anything, so I can just push it just fine because we're actually testing and using it now. So it doesn't break anything with me pushing it. At least then I know it's safe. So I know it's safe in the clouds. People can see my code. So if you're interested in it, GitHub opener Stabiloid. I'll put the link in chat. You can actually have a look at this code. Have a look at how you can implement this. And then I'm gonna add the documentation for it to allow for transformation here. But if you go use the latest code, you should actually be able to actually use it. It's cool. All right, transformation. So what we need to do, I'm gonna step out here. You can close that. So we are gonna go ahead and make this uppercase T, because I hate it if it's not correct. And we are gonna require moment. So const moment is require alloy moments. How this works in here in Webpack, same way. I'm not sure. And then we can actually, let's go to moment.js. .com. Okay, I was thinking that'll work. And we're gonna have a look at the docs, display. There's a from now, right? From now. Yeah, it doesn't. Time from now. Ooh. duration. Get seconds. Okay. Oh, we have seconds. Okay, we have seconds. I guess I should just do this, basically. For now, seconds is fine. Okay, so let's do format minutes. Okay, let's kick out moment again. For now, seconds is fine. What I do need to do though is set the styling for this thing. Height is 30 with TI UI fill, and then we do text align center. I think that works. And should not blink. Because sometimes there's like a blink if the size of the text changes. This is actually fixed size now. Yeah, I don't see it trying to blink there. Okay, so that's good. And of course it's gonna say 1 second. I accept. As I said, it's to do. At least we have a formatter. Okay, so we got that. Add time formatter for moving. Sweet. Okay. One. Done. Is there a strike through for VS Code? Probably not, huh? There's no formatting here. Okay, we're gonna kick that out. We have a done list in GitHub. Okay. Time for reshuffling UI. It only took us 40 minutes to get the transform going. It's way longer than I thought I would. Let's close a couple windows. I'll zoom out my code again because it's a little small. No, it's fine. It's much bigger on my screen, but I don't know what resolution you're watching it on, but I want to be able for you guys to follow along, despite the fact that I'm streaming at 1080. We need to change the dashboard. We have this V UI line. Yes, it's empty list. So right now it's perfectly centered, which is fine, but that actually doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay, so coordinate wrapper. Let's do that first. Coordinate wrapper. Your width is DIY size. So if I give you a background color, then you should not be too big, right? Oh, that's excluding the position. I see. Oh, sorry. Sorry for breaking. So... Here's the thing, right? It can be a much bigger number. So if I move this around too much, it probably can't fit on smaller devices anymore. But what I could do, okay, hear me out. What I could do to make space is add position and currency to a sort of top line, top area over here, where the labels are now, and then put them next to each other. So position on the left side. Thank you, I need to close Slack. The position on the left side with the numbers behind it. And then on the right side, I put currency. But I'm not gonna name it currency, of course. So we can use icons for that, okay. Okay, so height, TI, UI size. Do we have a smaller area now? Yes, cool. Okay. So the position wrapper, so details position, okay, okay. Okay, text, let's go to Phantasm. Location. So we're gonna find an icon that fits well with location. So it's probably, I was gonna say a pin, but that might actually be, I mean that's very intuitive, I think, having just a pin. This thing, I like this one as well. So if we do this, text is that, and then font is gonna be what's the font name again? Font Awesome 5 Pro dash solid. Okay, that works. Oh, I like it actually. Okay, and then we can do the position wrapper is gonna be layouts, horizontal, okay. And then our coordinate wrapper removes the top, we add a left of 10. Perfect. The background color red. Okay, that works. Can we add a top 5 to that? Okay, it fits better now. Left 15, a little more spacing. Okay. Okay, this should be okay. So it's dashes now. And then once we are there, it should actually show up there correctly. Okay. Okay, so this works. So we now have this thing properly here. And it still works. So the only thing we have now, this works. Now we need to fuel the currency on the right side. Okay. App. Okay. Stabilo dot set. Wait, do we have a currency icon? No. Currency. What does it say? Do we have some sort of cool... There's a lot of currency signs, of course. Bitcoin. Yeah, we're going to go with Bitcoins, guys. Oh god, it's all Bitcoins. I don't want to do dollars either. Is there an icon for cent? Percent, no. We have a coin. Is this intuitive enough if we just use the coins icon? So this is the FA solid as well. Would that work? So if we do... let's call it credits. Credits 100. No. Credits 100. Okay, now we need to do the user init again. Ship the inits. Why does it stop again? Oh, ship that in it twice. User that in it. We should have currency now. We should have credits. If the way I've written it now will basically credit. It will give us 100 credits every time we are out, which might not be a smart thing. What does Stabili return? Finds. It returns on the find. So we have, is the property credits is undefined, we're gonna set 100 credits. This should be good enough for the init. And then on index, we are gonna do view ID is credits wrapper. And credit wrapper is only going to have two items, a label and or two labels basically. Label, class, title, menu item. ID is user credits. And label credits icon. We should also add a class for FA solid. FA solid. Okay. FA solid. So then in app.tss we have FA in here again already. Oh, we have one. There we go. Surprise, surprise. We have FA solids. That means I can kick this one out. And it still works. So now what I need... credits wrapper. We have 2 with properties. That's not very good. So we can do this. Okay. And we can do this for the credits wrapper. And then we have the credits icon. Why did that go away? Credits icon. Why are we having a conflict there? How did that one go? I don't know yet, but first we need to copy this thing again. Okay, so that icon works. Oh, did I get rid of it? I got rid of it. Okay. We need the details position. Yes. Okay. And then the credits icon. Gonna have a right of 10. Credits wrapper, yes. I guess we can use the coordinate one. ID is gonna be credits. Okay. Credits. And then we are gonna say stabaloy text credits. Maybe I should make it a string. 100. Okay, it does it correctly. Cool. Width, size, right 0. Why are we not doing that? Okay. Credits wrapper, background color red. That's big. Heights 30. Top 0. Okay. Credits wrapper. I want it aligned to the right. Ship wrapper. Where are you? Ship wrapper. Top 30. Thank you. Okay, so where is this thing? Background color blue. It's only there. Okay. Is it because layout horizontal doesn't allow me to go from the right instead? What if I do TIUI fill? No. Oh, I know what can work. We need to add a TIUI size here. That's better. Okay. And then we're gonna do right 20. Let's get rid of this ugly background color. Same with this guy. Alright, I think we have some sort of status bar there. Okay, cool. And we can say... ID is status bar underline. Top 30. No. We need you in here. No? Vertical UI line. Height 10, top 0. Status bar underline. Wait. That's a vertical line. We need a horizontal line. That's the one. Okay. Top is 30. Wait, we need a vertical to be top 30. Okay, let's make it 35. Did I do anything? Oh yeah, okay. That one is 35, and this one is also 35. And then in the styling, we can get rid of this thing because there's no need to name it. Okay. Okay. Credits, I can write 20. A little more space. Okay. Okay. Okay, that works. We don't need moment. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. I have no idea how we're gonna do economy yet, as in what's gonna be worth what and how much we're gonna spend on fuel and those kind of things. I have no idea how fast you will be able to earn money, but I guess that's a balancing thing. What I do know is that in order to get somewhere in this game, you absolutely need to spend a lot of time. So we're gonna need to build that game loop in such a way that it's gonna take you time to reach certain things. And how exactly that's gonna look is something we're gonna need to balance. Like we don't want you to start playing this game and in 2 days you finished it. Basically, you've reached the end game. Things have to take time. And there definitely should also be some. I was thinking a little bit of this. How do we? How do we make things interesting and challenging in the long run? Like the longer you play, it should still be entertaining. And I was thinking we should also be able to add some sort of quest system, right? So based on your skill set, you should be able to get quests that are challenging for you. So they're just going to be randomly generated based on certain properties. But what it should be, for example, is let's say someone wants you to fetch them something from a certain coordinate, like they left a drop pod somewhere with a certain item they want you to fetch, for example. And while this is a mining game, you should also be able to encounter things that are not directly related to mining. Collectibles, basically, but also things you need for quests or quest items, so you need to travel somewhere. Or, for example, instead of fetching an item for someone, we could also say someone wants you to haul X amount of a certain material from somewhere, a rare material. I don't know, a quest system at least. And how it's gonna look, that's a long way off, but definitely somewhere. But yeah, we got a coordinate and money system in the UI now. So now we should redo the fuel and the cargo. So I'm gonna put both of those on the right side. And this is a little more complicated. So we do have this, I mean, we have this label, which is basically the 1630, and this one is 030 right now. So we can align those, and we're gonna replace ship fuel with an icon again. So class FA solids, and the same here. Fuel cargo, okay. And then first off, we're gonna get a fuel icon. Should be pretty straightforward. Wait, do we have a what's it called? Like tank? No, what's it called? What's one of those things called where you can put in gas or anything? Is it a jug? No, it's not a jug. No, it's not a jug. Oh god, what's it called? Pegasus. Oh, is it jerry can? Does it not have that? No. That's what it's called, right? Is there no icon for that? Gas can? FA request? There's a... This one. Gas. Okay, it doesn't exist. Interesting. I was sort of expecting every type of icon to be there. Wow, there's 5,000 issues. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay, well then I guess we are going with gas pump. That's cargo. Nope. Yeah. So ship cargo should be. Do we have a cargo icon or is there a box icon? Probably some sort of box, I think. Box. Hello? 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 Box. Storage. What's that? Boxes. Guess not the most enthusiastic about this one. I mean, it works. Yeah, it looks okay. And a small icon. Okay, that looks okay. So this is the ship wrapper. We're gonna get rid of the ship wrapper. And then we can set the fuel wrapper to with 50. Okay, top 35. Heights, TIY size. Layouts. Horizontal. Horizontal. Okay. Ship status wrapper. Oh, that's a class. Okay, it's fine. We can go like with the top. Left 20. Sorry. Top 3 to do some offsetting there. And then we have our cargo wrapper. Maybe we should wrap these in some sort of view that we can have multiple icons next to each other. Not sure. Layouts, horizontal. That works. Okay. Okay. View ID is status wrapper. And then we can do status wrapper, height 30, top 40, layout, horizontal. And then we can do a left of 20 on that, and also a left of 20 on that. Can get rid of the tops. Okay, it sort of works. Yeah. Fuel wrapper width. DIY size. Okay. Okay. Cargo wrapper should have a left of 20 to 30 maybe. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it sort of works. For now, because there's 2, I'm just gonna go ahead and say right 15 and put them there. Right 30. I guess that line needs to move up then. Oh, we don't have to move that line up. We only need to change the... Okay, that's not it. Instead of height 100, let's make it 80. Perfect. We have 2 status bars, basically. And we can get that vertical line out there. Well, it's obvious I'm not a UI designer, I guess. Would make it better if I put the icons to the right, like on the right hand side, if I put the icons right of the number as well. It could make things better, I guess. At least this works. I did my PR on did my PR actually get merged? I put in a PR. Okay, that was a different one. Yeah. Okay, so it's approved, but not merged yet. Okay. Okay, just for reference, I put it in. Pull request in chat. I put in a PR to get rid of this warning here. And looks like it's okay. Okay. Should be merged soon. But yeah, we have this, so maybe I should put this one here. And same with currency icon. Okay, and then okay, and then the cargo should have a right of 0, and then the U should have a right of 20. That's the one. Okay, and then oh wait, left of 20, sure, but then you should have a right 20 as well, or you have a left of 20. Wait, huh? Left 20. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that works. And now I see the coordinates is the only one that's not aligned. Coordinate wrapper 20, please. Okay. Detail position. Left 5. There's a little misalignment there, probably because the icon is narrower. This works. Yeah, this looks good. Okay, this looks good. Okay, yeah, good. Add currency to UI and redesign header. It's actually more compact now. So we have, I think we saved 20 pixels. Yeah, we saved 20 pixels. It was 100 high, now it's 20 high. It's not great design, but oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. So if we do a background color of, let's say 444, is that lighter? That's much lighter, yeah. Now the lines don't work. Okay, 111. Oh, this looks actually nice. Almost looks green, even though it's very well gray. Okay. Is it actually full width? I guess. Another problem is that we are setting the top of this thing so that the top area is not it should also have that color. Currently doesn't extend into it, so we should probably change that logic. Change that logic to I guess you should have a here. View ID is details content. Details content should okay, and then let's see, details content bottom 0, height 80. We can remove the height from there. No, height is fine. And instead of changing the top, we're gonna do the height. And we're gonna add the padding to the top. Yes. Okay, so now that color extends up. I don't know how well you can see that on stream, but now this background color actually extends up all the way here until here. And that actually changes based on if we have a notch or not. So it should also work nicely on a device without a notch. Or any Android phone, with or without notches. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Okay. To-do list. Add currency plus add to UI. Done. add refueling. First game loop? Is this the first game loop? Because we have traveling when you run out and then there's no way to do anything else with it. Is this the first? Would this be considered a game loop by refueling? So basically you can travel away, go back and refuel again. Okay. I'm guessing that means we are getting into we need a fuel interface. So we need to render over here one or two buttons based on like if you have a market or a fueling station. So if I go to our coordinate library file, we currently look like right now there's only one place where you can trade and fuel. So basically over here we have when you are on the moon, which means coordinate 0, 0, 0, we return this object, type is moon, name is moon, and then station contains trade and fuel station. So we have a station that has two different options, and we can also add, for example, refinery through later at some point. But basically, if we have fuel equals true, then we should render a fuel button here. So on our current.js, so we have a show moon function. We don't have any styling here, okay. Does this view extend beyond? No, probably not. No, probably not. Okay. If I say bottom 20, does it? It's not obscured. Okay, so bottom 0 is actually underlined. Yes. Okay. Okay, so that assumes that gives my assumption correctness that it's always there. Okay. And there's a 20 padding on all sides. It's so weird that this looks a little greenish. Does it look greenish to you guys? This background color? Or is it just me? It's because of the orange. It doesn't look gray. I think that's a problem. Well, not a problem. I like it. I don't know. Maybe my mind wants it to be green, or maybe my monitor makes it different. I don't know. Wait, it's my monitor more, but there's still a tint to it. If I change it, if I move it to my MacBook monitor, it's actually grayish. Okay, anyways, I like it. It's very, very cool design. I like this. It works very well for me. Okay, we need two buttons. Button class equals UI button, and ID is fuel button. There we go. Fuel button, visible false, title, refuel. Okay, so and then in our code here, what we need to do, we don't need to return over here. If we have a moon, show moon. Then if info.station fuel equals true. And we can say fuel button dot show. Refuel, okay. Pretty straightforward. And the positioning is perfect because we don't have any other styling here. How are we gonna style this screen? Let's do this. Image view. ID is coordinate image. And then I can say coordinates image height 0. Let's do a UI size work on empty. I think so, right? Or is it because of default image? Default image null. Left 20, right 20. Okay. And then instead of doing this, we can actually say coordinate image dot apply properties. And we can say image top 20. Okay. Still works. Okay. Left, right, we can kick out. And if I don't include this line, then it will be in the middle. Right, so that's perfect. So we can actually style this based on that. But also because it doesn't have a top, it doesn't have a size, by default, we can actually make the container layout vertical. And we can say on the fuel button, we can actually say top 40. And it will be positioned below the image. Yes. So we have a refuel. Market button. No top, height is 0. Okay. Again, fuel button, top 0, height 0. Okay, so we don't have any styling. And we can do, instead of show, we're just gonna do apply properties, top 40, height 50. Visible, true. There we go. Okay. And then the same with market. Trade, sorry. Market button. Okay. So now we have, based on whatever our coordinate gives back. So if we disable the trades, we should not see it. And if we disable the fuel, we should not see it. It's not very stylized, but it works. We got two buttons here that we can actually work with. And I sort of like that all the buttons are the same. And there's no buttons here. That also is correct. Okay. I'll still love that the transition works nicely. So it properly renders the market and refuel buttons without any issues. That's good. That's good. Okay. So now we can hook these buttons up to actually do something. So what we are going to do is when you click refuel, we're going to render a screen for refueling purposes. So we're going to fill the center with an interface to do some refueling, and the market will actually open up a new screen. And how we're going to make that screen, I'm not sure if we're going to get that today, but the market should allow you to buy and sell goods, and we should define a buy price and a sell price. So it's never worth it to wait, this brings me up to an idea that I had before. If you have a buy price and a sell price, but those prices are randomly generated based on a range, then it can be worthwhile to ship goods from one station to another based on their current prices. And I'm guessing we should implement dynamic pricing as well. So if you buy a lot of stuff from a certain station, price will go up. If you sell a lot of stuff from a certain station, price will go down. So it's worthwhile to discover new stations. And then you'll be able to find trade routes between them. Interesting. You'll be able to find trade routes between stations, but only for a little while until the values, because they're coming together, right? So if you buy from one, price goes up, and you sell to the other, price goes down. So they are coming closer together rapidly. That makes sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense yet is we need to determine the volume that's going to adjust that price. So the price should fluctuate less with rare materials. Right? Is that how we should do it? I guess it doesn't matter that much. If you offer a lot of rare materials, price should still go down. Yeah, I need to calculate the volume. I need to come up with a volume that influences that price. And maybe that should be neutral. So there should be a randomly generated neutral price. So let's say if you on the moon, if you are trading for water, then the default price can be like set, let's say 5, and then the it can fluctuate between 2 and 7, and then over time it always gets back to that neutral number, so it always goes back to 5. But another station can have 4 as a price, and so you can buy for 4 at one station and then sell for 5 at another. So we don't need a buy and a sell price, we just need a price that's dynamic. That will fluctuate on its own. It's not going to be as complicated as stock, the buy and the sell price. We're just going to go with one price that goes up and down based on the interactions you have with a station, and then over time price will reset. So it's worthwhile to travel around, find as many stations as possible, and find good deals for your materials. And with all that in mind, you should already have some sort of game loop that lets you travel a lot, trade in different places, you can buy and sell, different markets, so you could focus on trade to just get money. And now we need to come up with a chance of a station from spawning. But who was talking about games being simple? There's so many calculations that you need to do. I'm already thinking of the chances of a station spawning is proportional to the distance it is to the nearest known station, right? So if you go far out, chances are that there's going to be... that doesn't make any sense. Chances are higher of a station spawning there. It shouldn't be 100%. It should still be low, but it's going to be higher. So as soon as one spawns in a certain location, it's very unlikely there's going to be another one in the near area. But it's still possible. Just much less likely. Yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be it. We have to calculate distances to stations and based on that calculate a chance. Yeah. It's a good thing I was good at math at school, I guess. Do we have anything to commit? Yes, we do. We added the buttons. Add trade. No, add market fuel buttons to coordinate. Yeah, okay. So now we need to let the refuel button do something. So we can actually get rid of this one. By the way, I just started thinking of it. We should be able to, after we've done electrolysis. Oh my god, I keep stumbling on that word. After we've done that one, we should be able to allow moving hydrogen between cargo and fuel. Because if you produce hydrogen, you still might want to sell it. Could even be worth it, buying water and selling it back as hydrogen from a certain station. Ooh, interesting. That's something I'm thinking of now. I'm not even going to specifically build it for that. There is a chance that a certain market is going to be worthwhile to buy water and turn it into hydrogen and oxygen and sell it back to them. We're still putting in effort, so it's fine. You could also make a loss depending on the value of all the three goods. Also, refueling is nothing more than buying from market, but putting it in your fuel immediately, as opposed to buying hydrogen from the market and putting it in your cargo hold. So the fuel price should be tied to the hydrogen price on the market. So that's going to fluctuate as well. Which means that buying hydrogen suddenly is less on a priority list and add cargo selling at trading stations. It's going to be add cargo market at trading station. And this is going to be moving to the top because refueling is basically part of the market. Okay. So we're gonna have to build in whatever I just said. So whatever I said was dynamic price. No, so random price range for materials within range, predefined range. Price fluctuates based on trade volume. Okay. Price returns to original generated value after yeah, so it should return to the original generated value. After a week? 7 days? Is that too much? Seven days. Meaning, if the price goes from 100 to 200, it's gonna take a week to return to 100. But it should incrementally do that. So if it takes a week to go back to step back 100 in price, it's gonna take a day to get back 14, basically. So we're gonna have to store the last price interaction with it. And then we can, every hour or so, we can alter the price. Wow, that's starting to get complicated. But we don't need to constantly generate a price, only when we access that station. So that's not something that happens regularly. We can just say, okay, well, we last calculated it at this stage, so it should be good. So price returns the original generated value after 7 days. And I'm guessing we need to calculate a volume on which the price changes, but I'm not sure yet how we're going to calculate that. It should maybe respond to the total amount of materials that's being moved in this game. And here's my mind telling me, oh, remember you wanted to make this multiplayer, and I'm like, this would be so much more fun with multiplayer because then everyone influences the market price. I'm like, yeah, here I'm going again with the whole making things bigger than they should be. I'm already fearing I'm doing that a little bit, but we need gameplay loops and we need interesting aspects to things like market trading, that it makes it worthwhile to just not just always return to the same station and just sell the stuff, but actually doing your research into where you need to go. And I'm probably not even gonna supply you with a list of prices everywhere. You're probably just gonna have to remember that yourself. There's going to be a list of discovered stations you can access. There's going to be there should be a button here with known stations, and you should be able to travel to stations you know, which you have in your log. But there is never going to be. Well, I'm not saying no, not never. Never is like saying I promise it'll never be. No. initially at least, there won't be a way to discover prices at other stations. You'll just have to go there. And probably at some point it's going to be worthwhile making a list of this, but it should be up to the user to discover. Maybe it's a chore, maybe it's not it's annoying, but it's also nice if you remember, oh yeah, that station had a good price for water. So yeah, that's my whole philosophy here. I think that's it. So we need a cargo market. Let's see, new file market.js, new file materials.js. So first, oh, I think did I pause my, no, it's still there, okay. First, we need to define what kind of materials we have. Function get and module.exports. Okay. And then const materials. Thank you for autocorrecting there. It's gonna be an array, and then we're gonna say name water. Let's say ID 0. Oh, 1. So we have a name water. We're gonna say min price. Here's the balancing game. This is probably the file I'm gonna adjust the most. Max price 7. So whenever a trading station generates, it's gonna calculate its value on this. It's gonna say when you start the game, we generate a moon initially because you were started a moon, so you will immediately generate a price here. So it could be that your initial price will be 3, and then your game will look a whole lot different as opposed to when it's 7. It's still valuable, or it's still worthwhile to do it. But it's gonna be a different game, a little different game. Okay, next one, ID 2, name hydrogen, one of the most important aspects in this game because it's also fuel. Min price. On average, okay, here's the question. On average, should the price of hydrogen plus oxygen equal the maximum price of water? No. In order to get hydrogen and oxygen, you need to process it first. Hydrogen and oxygen is not going to be a material that's mineable. Here's the thing. Mineable. True. So min price for hydrogen should be 4. Max price should be 10. Mineable should be false. What exactly do you not think would be practical? That the price of hydrogen plus oxygen equals water price? copy this. ID 3, oxygen, min price 2, max price 4. So the reason I'm making the oxygen less valuable, let's make it 1 by the way. Yeah, alright, yeah, I let that go immediately. So oxygen is gonna be less valuable because I calculated at the end of last stream that if you turn 18 water into oxygen and hydrogen, you're getting 16 oxygen to hydrogen. So hydrogen should be more valuable than oxygen. This is actually how it is. And this is in terms of weight. I don't know how it is in terms of volume, but we're going with weight. And our cargo hold is going with weight. So we're simplifying everything, right? But it's still going to work like that. So oxygen, you're gonna have more oxygen and it's gonna be, well, in total it could be more valuable than the hydrogen. Maybe hydrogen needs to be more expensive. But does it? Does it? Water needs to be more expensive. Okay. 8.15. See, this is our first balancing that we are. Okay. First balancing. I don't know why there's no re-rendering. Might be because I'm not changing a UI file. I don't know. I'm gonna think about this for a second. Turn materials. Balance is hard. I'm guessing this is something we'll have to figure out during playing, right? I'm gonna have to have testers, and we're gonna have to say it's too hard to start. Anyways, I'm going to get a cup of tea, freshen up my water. We're talking about water and water price. I need to get some. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna stretch my legs for a little bit, and we'll see. We'll see how we're continuing the market strategy here. So if you have any ideas, do type them in chat. Anyways, be right back. Okay, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, Cooler. Also, welcome, Cooler. How are you today? Alright, I'm here. I am. Yep. Just the minute you, or the second you typed waiting, or you just submitted it to chat, I actually stood behind my desk chair and I was like, alright. I don't have ducks. We do have those. We have Squeak. But most sound commands I guess are for most people. There are people that are new here. It won't work because you need coins, and if you don't have them, you're not gonna get them because my coins generator isn't broken. So I'll replace it at some point with my with a sound command through channel points. But see, we're getting some. We'll get somewhere. No more double currencies. One currency is enough. We do have text to speech now.
Howdy.
Okay. Market prices. So I'm not gonna overdo it. I'm not gonna overdo it in terms of the number of materials we're gonna have. Because I don't know how many materials we're gonna have. My goal is to have a lot. And also my goal is to not have all materials everywhere. So we're gonna generate chances to how likely it is a station is gonna have a certain material, and also chances of how likely it is a asteroid is gonna have a certain material, and everything is gonna be in this file. So it's gonna be complicated. But how's the asteroid game going? It's going well. So we have a decent UI for someone who's bad at UI. I think it's decent. You're able to travel around. It's taking time to get there. It's persistent. So if you reboot the app while it's traveling, it's still traveling. There's no moon at this coordinate, so 0, 2, 0 doesn't have a moon. But if you go back, there is a moon. There is a market, like all those things, it works. So we have a way of moving around and having different contents. As you can see, we're generating this here. So now we just need to build in the content that we have, basically. And I have a to-do list here. And with my to-do list here, you should be able to do two things. One, endlessly travel around, because you can just buy fuel, sell goods you mine, and you can mine. Well, we can't even mine yet. Sorry, you can't mine yet with this to-do list. Besides the fact, right? Two, so you can travel around endlessly and buy materials and sell materials, because we have a market. And two, you can just refuel or generate fuel based with the electrolysis module. But that's going to be slow. So we're going to have to work that out. Yeah, it's going great. It's really coming together. And honestly, I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on it, but it's not close enough yet. Which reminds me, I do need to launch it on an Android once in a while. I'm building it with Android in my mind, so I'm building all UIs dynamically so it fits all screens. and also keeping in mind Androids. But for example, on Android, I already have the action bar there, which we should hide, and I haven't done it yet. So it's already not entirely up to speed. So we're gonna get, maybe next stream, I'm gonna see if I can make everything work as I want to on Android as well. Making it full screen. Should be easy enough to get rid of the action bar. I think that's the only thing actually that I need to do, so it should be okay. But yeah, it's considering this is my, like, I'm doing everything on stream. I don't think I've done anything off stream. So it's something to keep in mind, right? I don't think I've done anything off stream. This stream is 2 hours. So everything I've done so far, I've done in about 10 hours. So every stream is about 4 hours, 3:45 to 4 hours, something like that. So this is about 10 hours of work, which isn't unreasonable. We got cargo market. So we have a materials file that contains water, hydrogen, oxygen. That's the only things that I see right now that we need. So these are mineable falls, so I don't need to make any chances to them mining. So no, I'm not gonna do this. No, I'm not gonna do this. I don't want to go into the whole Asteroid generation thing. I'm just gonna say we need to calculate how much water is gonna be in asteroids, but no. We're not working on asteroid generation yet. First, we need to work out the market. So, the market is a subsection of a station. So when a station says we are gonna have, so here on the coordinate, when we are on the coordinate moon, we're gonna have a trade station. So with any randomly generated station is gonna have a trade station, we're gonna randomly generate a market, right? Function generate market. Okay, export that. We're gonna need the coordinates, and then I'm not sure. Yeah, we're gonna need the coordinate. We can see function get market. And then we're gonna need to store markets basically. But first, materials is require materials dot get, and then we can say it's an array, right? Yeah, it's an array. So materials dot for each material. I have to do it short. Prices. So price is gonna be math dot rounds, and then we're gonna do material dot max price minus material dot min price. Nope, that, well, yes, math dot random times that the offset. So in terms of water, that's gonna be 7. So the price between 0 and 7, and then we are gonna add materials dot min price. So the min price is always good, and we are going to add a value to it. Right, so that's the price for this material. And then I can say prices.push ID is material.id and price equals price, and that's our price. That's our prices. So now we have an array of material IDs with a price attached to it. So the max price and the min price is something that will that's the base value, and it also determines the maximum and minimum it can ever get. So if your base value of water is 8, then no matter how much you sell to them, it will always remain 8. And this is the inside scoop, guys. If you play this game and you watch my streams, you should know where the prices can go in a market, and this could actually give you a benefit in terms of trading, because you can trade the price down, I guess. And yeah, we're gonna work out what's it gonna be, how that fluctuation is gonna go. But the more rare a material is, the higher the price, and also the bigger the range in which the price can be. I think that makes sense. So if you have gold, which is rarer than water, obviously, then the price can be, let's say, anywhere between 50 and 70, for example. Yeah, you know what's a good deal. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we are generating an array of prices. We just store the ID, not the name. We don't need to store the min and the max price. We don't need to store mineable. All we need to know is what ID has what price and in what market. Okay. And then we need to store this ti properties dot. Okay. Yeah. Ti properties dot. No. Ti platform properties. There's TI platform, not TI app. There, TI app properties that set object. No. We need to return prices. Generate prices. Let's get rid of the coordinates here. This function will just generate prices. Okay. And I'm thinking, but the market doesn't have any storage things. The coordinates have storage, so what we need here, get market can go away. This is just for generating. Okay. We need a function here that's gonna be called generate coordinate data. So X, Y, Z. Then we are if false equals true, and this is something I'm just gonna work on it a little bit. Should we generate trade market here? Generate markets. So this is currently not happening. If okay, letting you in my head for a second. This is where I, when I'm solo programming and when I'm focusing a problem like this, here is I'm gonna sit here like this for like 5 minutes. When I think, so what I'm thinking is, do we need the distinction between fueling station and trading station? And I think the answer is no. I think there should be an option to just refuel, so the button will stay. But I'm thinking if you can trade hydrogen, you need a fueling station. Although we can wait. We can have just a fueling station but no market, right? That should be possible. Not the other way around. If you have a market, you absolutely have a fueling station. But if you have a fueling station, you don't need a market. And the only difference between buying hydrogen on the market and doing the refuel is that it goes straight to your fuel capacity and not your cargo. You can't buy hydrogen and not use it as fuel, which means you can't buy more fuel than you have capacity for in exchange for cargo space. Smart. Especially if in my to-do list you have allow moving hydrogen between cargo and fuel. So if you add that, you can, with our current setup, where you have 30 fuel and 30 cargo space, you can bring 60 fuel. And you can fly 60 coordinates, or a distance of 60 coordinates. But you can't do it at once. You need to do it in 2 jumps. Okay. Here comes. I like the fact that based on just simple features, we're already adding functionalities to the game that I didn't even think about it when I thought about it. Like, the only reason I wanted to allow hydrogen between cargo hold and the fuel is because if you generate hydrogen from water, you need a way to use it. And I wanted a way to sell it, so it shouldn't be automatic. Not all hydrogen automatically goes to your fuel. So it adds a feature that I didn't intend already, which is cool. Which makes me wonder, how many features am I gonna add that I didn't even think about while I added it, and then players will find out. I guess that's a classic. But alright. Okay, generate coordinate data. So the moon is a unique location, will always be at the same coordinate. There's probably gonna be more like that, so we're probably gonna add all planets, for example. So I am thinking we should definitely add Earth, and relative to that we should definitely add the whole solar system. Ooh, we could add the whole solar system, guys. But if you, then we need to have the proper distance. Oh, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very far away. Ooh, I like it. I like it. If we add every orbital body in our solar system, then we the only thing that is an exception is we're gonna have a lot of asteroids everywhere. We're not gonna be able to fly to the asteroid belt in between. What is it? Mars and Mercury? Where's the asteroid belt in the solar system? Jupiter and Mars. Oh, right, of course. Yeah, Mars is further out. Yeah. See? Here's the Wikipedia. Okay. So here's the asteroid belt, which is outside of Mars and within Jupiter. And based on what I'm thinking already, is that you're only gonna do the mining around Earth, basically, at the beginning. So let's say Earth is at let's say 50 or something. So if Earth is 50 away from the moon, then how far away is Mars? How far away is Jupiter or Pluto or the Kuiper Belt? Because that one is a hell far away. So if I add all those things to the game, this is a good image for that. So if Earth and the Moon is your starting play area, how far out is the Kuiper Belt? When Earth Moon is 50. It's gonna be very far away. Which is a good challenge to get to, right? Okay, enough diversion. Let's go back to code. What I was going to say is the moon is a special instance because it has always a station. It's not going to be randomly generated, so we will know it has a station. I'm gonna need to generate that market, I guess on app start, because we're gonna instantly have access to that market when you start the game. So user init, sip init. I'm guessing we need to. Well, I guess as soon as we call this one, right, we just need to say, okay, let's get market. So return moon is not market. Oh god, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? We need to store data. We need to store the coordinates. I think there is no direct limitation for us to store everything in properties. Because I think the limitation of properties more or less is storage, but maybe one property item limitation is probably in the megabytes. Or we can list properties. TI app properties. We have remove all properties. Okay. We have list properties, which return an array of all property names. So we can store every coordinate in its own property without much limitations. Okay, this is the wrong answer. So that's good to know. So what we're gonna do is get coordinates data x, y, z, and then we can do, oh, that is interesting, return ti app properties get objects coordinates x, y, z, and the default is going to be generate coordinate data. See? And we'll always have one. So if we hit generate coordinate data, then we know we need to generate one. So there is no need to check do we have it or not. Then we can say if x here. We don't actually need to return a moon here. We can get rid of that. Return get coordinate data. We don't need to return moon here. So if this is that, then let data is return moon. And we can say data dot station dot market equals acquire markets to generate prices. Okay, now we can say function store coordinate data set objects data. Okay, then we can say this over here, XYZ data, and we could return data here. So now we have a generic function that generates the data for us. So return moon is actually used by that function. So we can get rid of this. And in kind of generate coordinate data, we also need things like do we have an asteroid here? Do we have cargo pods here? So there's a lot of things there. Okay. Generate coordinate data. So the moon will immediately get market prices. Okay, yeah, the moon will immediately get market prices when it's first visited, which is instantly. And then we return that data. Empty coordinates. That's what I call it. And we don't have to have a function anymore. const empty coordinate equals this. No, we needed the function because otherwise we need to clone it. So function empty coordinates return this. Okay. There. Type empty string, name empty string, station trade false, fuel false. And then over here we can say empty coordinates data dots type is gonna be moon. It's a little more complicated, but then we can reuse it. Data dot name equals moon. Data dot station dots fuel equals true. The trade equals true. The market is that. Do we need to do anything else? No, I think that was it. And otherwise, we can just return empty coordinates. If we don't have to display anything, we just don't have anything. There's no type, there's no name, there's no station. Okay, now it doesn't recompile, of course. Start builds. And I want to output console.log coordinates info. All right, we get an empty one, you see? Empty. Okay, now we travel to... Wait, I'm at the moon. What? Why do we have an empty one? Current, no, coordinates. Get coordinate data. Get object, generate coordinate data. If there are zeros, start coordinate data. Okay. It should return it if it's stored. Okay, I don't get it. Go to 1. Empty. Let's go to 0. Empty. Okay. Here's the exception rule, is the empty, the dashes for return type travel. Get coordinate data. Get object. Do we get here at all? Const data equals this. Console.log data here. Return data. Okay, so we do get that. We get coordinate info as well. Yes. Okay. So in here we can do We're resetting everything. Okay, so this not only resets, but everything resets. So ti app.properties.remove all properties. Definitely refueled me. I didn't get to moon. Okay. Okay, we don't get to the moon. So why are we not at the moon? Well, we do get here. Generate coordinate data. So console.log generating x, y, z. Undefined. Okay. Okay. I see. X, Y, Z. That's one. We got a moon. Okay. Okay. We have a market as well. Okay. Okay. Console. There's stupid things you sometimes can mistake. Alloy. Let's skip removing all properties, and then an info. No, current stats. Yes. Because it's 3 levels deep, it doesn't render it anymore. So we're gonna go info dot station. Not a number. Okay, so the price is not a number. It's invaluable, guys. Alloy JS. Let's get rid of this guy. So we will be regenerating it every time now. Coordinates, no, markets. Material, okay, do we have console with log material? Do we have it? Yes, ID, name, min price, max price, mineable. Okay. Max price, min price. Materials, I see. Okay. So water is 11. Water is 11. Hydrogen is 6. So it's on the cheap side. And ID 3. Oxygen is 2. It's also on the cheap side. So apparently the moon is a cheap price. Except the water though. Yep, so it's not going to be worth buying the water here. I'm just thinking, one water doesn't generate 16 hydrogen, 16 oxygen. It generates 16/18 of the water, so 8/9 of the water. Of an oxygen and 1/9 of an hydrogen. So the water price should actually be lower. Ooh, I love balancing. Water price should be lower. 3 to 1. Let's start with 1 to 5. Yeah, 1 to 5. So water can get more expensive than oxygen can. Should it? No. Oxygen should be then 2 to 6. Should be slightly more expensive. Hydrogen should definitely be more expensive. So 5 to 12. And that's also our fuel price. So the fuel price in this generation is 6. Which is on the cheap side. Okay. This is better. Now you can make a profit by buying water, but only for a little while. Because after you've done your first purchase of water, your price will go up. No. No, okay. I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna adjust the price. Like, how much should you buy before the price goes up? And it won't be dynamic. It won't be that if you buy 100, that the first 50 is going to be for the first price and the second 50 for a different price. No, definitely not. And I'm also thinking, should we add decimals? Because of things like partially mining things. Like if you look here, if we have an asteroid with 50 water, 20 iron and 1 platinum, and you're gonna mine 1, then you're gonna end up with this ratio. So 0.7 water, 0.28 iron, and 0.02 platinum. So should we store the money you have with decimals? And I guess the answer is yes, but the question is, how many decimals should we store? Because 1/50th of a platinum, or 1/71th of a platinum will probably generate a very odd number in terms of the price if you only mine 1. That's what our cargo is going to be like. So we need to store decimals for the price, but we should not show the decimals on the top right of the screen because it only matters really how much you have, which means the market should generate a prices of to 100 as well. So divide by 100 times 100. No. Times 100 divided by 100. See? Water is 390. Hydrogen is 1185, which is very expensive for hydrogen, by the way. That's very expensive hydrogen. And then oxygen is 383. Okay, this is more interesting. This also allows me to fluctuate faster. Makes more sense to, if you buy 50 water, that the next time you're gonna buy is gonna be, instead of 390, it's gonna be 410. Instead of going from 3 to 4. Okay, 2 decimals. Which means we are gonna have to add a transform function to our currency, credits, value, credits, transform, true. Okay, now it's not going to display. Intended. Credits there. On transform. Render credits. I'm going to have an error. Good. Function render credits. args dot source dot text equals math dot round args dot value. Console log args. I'm doing something wrong. That was on transform, right? On transform render credits. Render credits. Doesn't. Am I binding too late? I'm probably binding too late. Yeah, I'm binding too late. So the can I see it in the arguments? Okay, can I see that I have a callback in the arguments? Probably not. Well, this is a problem with Stabiloid then. How do I make sure that it has triggered? I can store events prior to post layout because I'm getting a okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm enthusiastic here. I'm getting a post layout event for every UI element because we need to find which UI elements belongs to which window, so we can clean them up. So every UI element will have post layout events, so we know which window it belongs to, but it also means that we know that after post layout the function has actually bound the event. So at that point we can we know, like here we say parent window. So when our UI element doesn't have a parent window, we can queue the event on the subscription and then fire it off as soon as we've bound it here. We could even do it not even there, just here, just straight up here. We don't even need to know if there's a parent window yet. If it's a post layout, it has rendered, then we can access that function. Okay, I think it makes sense. UI.fire event, we're gonna fire it anyways. We're gonna say if UI dot no, we need the subscription. Do we have that? If UI no, let's try this. Console.log UI.stabiloid GUID. Yes, we have a GUID. Okay. The GUIDs is how we store things. So I could actually do if wait, console.log subscriptions UI.stable.GUIDs. This should output our subscription. Undefined. Okay, that's not true then. Parse subscriptions, parse subscriptions. Now it should work. We hadn't added it yet. Yes, we have it here. So UI and subscription. So we actually know what kind of subscription we have. So then we also see there's no parent yet. Okay. We see there's no parent yet. So I could actually do this. So as an experiment, if this one dot has own property parent window. So if we don't have the window, if we don't have a parent window, what we're going to do is going to call the timeout 1000, and then we can do set timeouts. Timeouts. Do this one in there. So if we have a parent window, it's gonna fire immediately. If we don't, it's gonna be a second later. So in theory, this should detect it correctly and render it after a second. There we go. That also should mean that else console.log window already found. Okay. Because if we do travel, we are firing those events as well. So we should see the window already found log. Yes, see, window already found. So it's going to fire immediately. So we know this works. Okay. But 1 second isn't what we want. What we want over here is we want to queue this. So we're going to don't need an else. I'm still removing all the properties, so we should just reset. Yeah, we should just reset. That's fine. The market is evolving well. I reload every time. So if we don't have this, then I'm gonna just say okay, if has own property pending events, then and then we can push push key value res source UI. And I'm just thought of the key thing. We currently don't send the key to the event landers, but we should args.key like this, because if we don't, then we can have, in theory, we can have multiple properties that can call the same function. That should work. And now we just need to always fire the key as well, and we can append these subscriptions. We don't need timeouts anymore. Like this. Pending, yes. Getting events at push, okay. And I'm gonna do return here. So we don't accidentally fire the same event twice. We don't want double events. So now it's just not firing. And then in here, we are gonna look for here. So if dots pending events, then we are gonna go for each events. Do we have? Okay, yeah, it's fine. For each event, we are gonna go event.ui. Fire event, transform event. Undefined is not an object. Okay, what do we have? Event.ui.fire event. Okay. Event.source. Look at that. It's immediately there. Okay. It's immediately there. And we can also do delete. After the each, we can actually delete the whole thing. Because we will never hit this function again. Because we are unsubscribing the post from the post layout here. So this post layout handler will only fire as long as we don't have a parent window yet. So in theory, we could get that fired a couple times before the parent window exists. Like for example, you manipulate the view off screen, not rendered. I think it fires. I could be wrong. And as soon as we find a parent window, we unsubscribe from that event. And then we fire off the pending events. And then we delete all the pending events. That's it. It works. So now we don't have to know if it's rendered or not. The state manager will actually detect once something is rendered, and once something is rendered, we'll actually know that the events have been bound, as you can see here. Okay, file, new window, Stabaloy. Here we go. Stabaloy. Better event transform event handling. There we go. It's a good feature. It's a complicated feature. It's a good feature. Okay, so it's pushed, usable. I use it, so it's usable. We have an updated version, which is good. Oh shit! Did I keep a console log in there? No, I didn't. Okay, no, I didn't. Currents.js has a console log, right? Coordinate info. No, it's index. There. Okay, look at that. Dynamic prices in the market. And I think when I undo the remove all properties thing here, I can actually get rid of that. Wait, why does it round? Why does it keep generating? It shouldn't keep generating. 314. No, what? Yep. Does it not store? Does it not store? Okay. Markets. We have console log of material here. We shouldn't do that anymore. Coordinates. Store coordinate data. Our dash is forbidden. Can actually just remove them. Okay. Moons. 273. Yes. 991. Yes. 307. Yes. Okay. They're there. Okay. Moon. Okay. 273. 991. Yeah. Okay. So we're storing them now. To test this, we can actually do console log ti add properties list properties. It's gonna be a long list because there's also built-in ones. Here, coordinate 000. Oh, there is one with dashes. I'm not sure why it didn't work then. I like how there's Apple languages. Wait, what does that? Get object. Apple languages. EN. Oh, interesting. We can actually get. Can we get a list of supported languages by the user? Oh, that would be cool. That's cool. But oh what? We have coordinate 000 there, and we have coordinate 00 there. I'm just not sure why this one with dashes didn't work. We can kick it out. $117. Oh, that's the best price. That's one of the best prices you can actually get. Okay, it's gone again. Why is it gone again? Tell me. I didn't remove this. Oh wait, did I not change it on both? I didn't change it at both places. Okay. Okay. $401. So it sort of did work with today? I don't get it anymore. $488. Someone explain to me what's going on. Why does it generate coordinate data when I store it? Console log. Okay, so it gets data, but somehow it generates new one. Is that because the default gets called regardless? Is that it? Okay. What data? False. If data, then data equals that, and return data. Three or two? Three or two. Okay, that works. Okay. So if we now remove properties, then we'll get new prices. Yes. 161, 903, 503. Same price. Okay, so it looks like that's why it worked initially when I removed those dashes. Alright, no worries. It looks like when I removed those dashes, it didn't actually do anything. It just, we didn't properly. I like the dashes because that makes more sense when you list them. We can explode on that, and then we can, or split on that, and we can actually get the coordinates out again, which allows us to more easily do things. Yeah, it calls the default. So it's always out of date. That was the problem. It's always out of date. I thought it was only getting called if this was not existent, then it would call this, but apparently it calls it immediately. I'm guessing because it just executes whatever is there and then only returns it when it's needed. So if it's a function, just basically if you... Yeah, that must be something like that. I don't like how that works, but I guess that's what we gotta deal with. It does make sense, so sort of. Okay, so let's just remove all the properties again. And we're dealing with a very cheap water, but a very expensive hydrogen. Right? 1175 is one of the most expensive ways water can get. Hydrogen can get, but oxygen is the absolute cheapest it can get, almost. 217. And water, well, it's quite cheap, but it's hanging in the middle somewhere. Okay. So this is interesting. Is the dynamic prices of the materials. We are able to generate that based on coordinates. So now we only need to figure out how we are gonna generate more stations. That should be easy enough. We should at least keep a track of. We should keep track of stations. So generate coordinate data. Okay. Else, that's what I'm gonna do here, because I want to not return here. Because what I want to do, data.x equals x, data.y equals y, and data.z equals z. Because then I always have the coordinates ready when we are getting handed the data, even though we already know coordinates for something else, and we can manipulate data more easily in loops, for example. So that's definitely better, and we can remove return data here. It should not have any impact on anything, but it definitely does what it should do now. Okay, market refill. Okay. Cool. Coordinate info undefined. Yeah, this is a function. Trade false, fuel false. Okay, so it works. Okay, travel, go back to 0, travel. Okay, we've got our same prices again. Cool. Can't believe how well this works. Okay, GitHub. We have a lot of, yes, okay. Generate market prices. Okay. We could generate market prices. Alloy.js, did we do anything from our to-do list? Yes, random price range for materials within predefined range. Okay. Price fluctuates based on trade volume, not yet. Price returns to original generated values. Half the days, 7 days? Nope, definitely not yet. At cargo market. Okay, so what we need to do is allow trading. So for simplicity's sake for this game, we are gonna assume infinite capabilities, infinite resources at the station. And while this is technically not correct, because in real life we never have infinite of something, we are just gonna assume that the stations are just big enough you'll never be able to buy it empty, right? I think it's a good assumption. So if there is an active economy with trading stations all over our solar system, then you can bet you're not the only mining vessel around. So then that you can also bet that if there's a station that sells stuff, that it has more than enough to just fill your cargo because you're just a tiny mining vessel, right? It's not technically infinite. Well, technically it's infinite, but practically we can describe the cargo capabilities of a station as infinite, as limited, but you just are not capable of hitting that limit. Okay. So this also makes it easier now. Purge coordinate after 24 hours, no visit. Which means over here, this is interesting. If we do, no. So at this stage, so in the get coordinate data function, if we so a visit in terms of my code is fetching the data about it, right? And for now and for the foreseeable future, the only way to fetch data of a coordinate is by visiting it. But I'm pretty sure that if I ever add a way to fetch data of a certain location, there is going to be something visiting it, or it counts as a visit in terms of data persistency. One of the ways I'm thinking of is allowing you to send a probe to a coordinate, and that probe sends you back the information as soon as it reaches it. As soon as it reaches that coordinate, its travel speed will be higher than your speed, or at least your speed is 1 at the beginning of the game, which you can upgrade, and probes will maybe, let's say 5 speed. So probes are very useful, and then you can send a probe somewhere. It will tell you the information about that coordinate because it's there, and then the probe is lost. Basically, it's a one-time thing. Although maybe you should be able to retrieve it. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Retrievable probes. Okay, we'll think about that. Later stage. Here we can do it here. Later. Send probes to coordinates. Probes remain in target coordinates. Coordinates can be retrieved when visiting. Right, interesting game mechanic. I should write those things down. Anyways, we are gonna, in the get coordinate function, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say data.last visit equals date.now. Store coordinate data x, y, z data. So now what we do is every time I'm fetching coordinate data, either it's a coordinate I've already been to or a coordinate that we just generated, I'm also storing the current date. So we know when your last visit to that location was. So all I have to do is loop through all stored data at some point, check that last visit property, and then based on whatever rule I decide, I can kick them out. And the rule right now is 24 hours. I'm gonna purge a coordinate, but there's also a 7-day thingy here, which is not dependent on your visit, but still something we need to work on. But maybe there's gonna be other timeouts for other things. Maybe I'm gonna increment this to 48 hours and do something else at 24, I don't know. But purging coordinate data is important to me because that keeps the space dynamic. It's not that when you drop a cargo pod somewhere on a coordinate that it stays there forever and ever until you get rid of it. I want to give you the ability to keep exploring the same areas. Also later, add all all planets and moons as special locations, just like moon. So this is gonna be a project, but it's gonna be an interesting one. Because if I add all planets and moons as special locations to this game, then I'm gonna just pre-calculate those. I'm not gonna let them move, we're just gonna keep them fixed in the sky. And then all planets and moons will have stations. But it will be very, very, very far away. So we're talking about thousands of coordinates. Thousands. Tens of thousands, maybe. So it's gonna take you a long time to get there, which is a good thing, I guess. Okay. We've got prices for the market, for everything, which means we have hydrogen price I think it's time to do refueling. So allow trading, not yet game. We're gonna allow buying hydrogen from the fueling station. This is pretty simple. Only thing it does is it's gonna look like this interface a little bit. And the only thing it can do is basically, oh look at that, it fetches the data again, sweet. The only thing it can do is you can buy up to 4 in this case, up to the difference between the maximum capacity and your current capacity, and then it will subtract that amount times the price. In this case it's very expensive, subtracted from the credits. I'm thinking, is 100 not, maybe 100 is not enough at game start if the price can be 11.75, but I guess it's fine. Every asteroid should have water, so unless you mess up, you should always have enough credits. With 100, it's possible to mess up. And if you mess up the beginning of the game and you run out of fuel, we're gonna need to have a way to recover you. I mean, we could do a special event kind of situation where if you're either stuck somewhere and you can't get any fuel, and you don't have money, or you don't have money and you're at a place where you can't buy the fuel, that you get contacted by, I don't know, your uncle who's in the area and gives you something, right? And says to you, don't do this again, or something like that, like some sort of event. Yeah, sounds logical. Okay, I feel like that's a decent way of going. So we need a new controller. We haven't actually built a new controller today yet. In the dashboard. New controller. That is gonna be named dashboard fuel. Nope, I didn't build it in dashboard fuel. Alloy move fuel to dashboard fuel. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we got dashboard fuel, so we can actually specify that. Then in the travel, we need the travel cancel button. And our fuel page is wrong. And this cancel button, okay, so let's go back to travel styling, cancel. It has a top. Wait, why does it have, I'm sorry, here, cancel button, why does it have a top? Oh, there's a action buttons has, oh yeah. Okay, our cancel button in fuel should have a bottom of 20, no left. I will cancel. And then the cancel fueling function should do the same as this, switch fuel to current. Okay, so we can actually get out of that page. And then in the index function show fueling, we can switch fuel to fuel. And then we can call this function ooh, we can actually, oh, okay. We shouldn't do this here because the button is not here. The button is in the current. So the current needs to call args. That's it, args dot switch fuel. On click is show fueling. Do we not have show fueling anywhere else? No. Okay. I didn't accidentally add it somewhere else. Okay, that makes sense. Refuel. Cool. We have a cancel button. Travel. Cancel. Refuel. Travel. Cool. Everything works just as I hoped. So now we have the interface to do the refueling. At least we have the page to do it. I'm gonna need to, just like currents, we are gonna need to get this. So fuel. Shifted X, shifted line, right? Yeah. Console the log. Info dot station dot market. So whenever we click on refuel, we should actually get market information. Yes. Okay. And then we need to find the price for hydrogen. So that's ID 2. So find hydrogen price. So the hydrogen price is let's see, comes to market is that. Then we can let price equals 0, mark it up for each item, so market item basically. If item ID equals 2, then price equals item.price. I don't know if anyone in chat knows, can I cancel a for each? Can I stop looping? I know I can cancel a for loop, for example. Can I cancel it for each? JavaScript. Wait, we have some? Wait. Did I have that? Some? Okay. Interesting. Okay. So what we need to do is here return true. Console log market item. Let's just test if this works. I don't even know. I've never used this function before. And then console log price. We need to call this function as well. Yep, it works. It doesn't loop anymore. So as soon as it finds it, it just stops. Okay, sweet. There's also a market as an area.every. And it's expecting it false. Interesting. You know, the things we learn. Okay, it works. So return price. So we now have, we need to do a couple calls of data, which should be pretty much instantaneous. So there's no need to expect any delays here. And we loop through our market, and then even if there's 1,000 different materials on the market, which is not too far-fetched, honestly, then even if there's that many items, then even this loop will be pretty much instant. Okay. So now we know the hydrogen price at this station. We can display an interface that looks similar to the travel interface, basically one of these. I'm going to make that one horizontal. So the number in the middle and a plus to the right and a minus to the left, and then there's going to be one of those boxes. It's going to be going to say this is going to be the price. So it's going to be a much more simplified version of what we have here, but it is going to tell me the price we have to pay for the item we have. It's going to be 1175, so that's going to initiate the point where we have decimals in our stored currency, but luckily that's not going to be visible on top because we already rendered that correctly. Okay. We're gonna close others. I'm gonna go open the view here. Is fuel interface. So fuel interface is gonna be top 20, left 20, right 20, and height, TI, UI, size. That way it's going to be positioned on the top, basically the same place where this image is placed. It's also 20, 20, 20 from all sides. But then it's going to be a view. And then I guess in the travel interface, we're going to use the UI button class, yeah, that's cool. Basically, we're gonna need this. We're gonna need a box around it. Do we need a box around? No, I don't think we need a box. I think it works fine without a box. Although I'm thinking we should probably use this color that we have here as more backgrounds. To give more... Let the same color come back. I don't know if this is the same color or not. I don't think so. It's a good color. Config JSON. I think it's 2.8. It's 1.9. No, that's... What is class UI button? Styles. App TSS. UI button has the background color UI. Okay, well, that almost sounds logic now that I think about it. Config JSON. So we should change this to 222. Can't believe. Wait, oh yeah, there it is. I was gonna say I can't believe it's the same color, but it definitely is. Okay, so we got that one. That one is the same. That means our index TSS. Can have here ally.config.colors.ui. Yes. Okay, so it still works. No more 222s. Yeah, of course. Finds two instances. And then in the travel, I'm gonna go ahead and class box. Does the other one also have a class box? Yeah, class box. Oh, the border colors UI. Oh, the lines here disappeared as well. Oh, I see. Okay, we can't do that then. Config JSON, Discord changes. Akabush, thank you for your follow. And welcome. What the hell is happening? Why is my line still not returned? Oh, because the background colors is still the same. But welcome, Akabush, and thank you for that follow. Happy to have you on board as well. Index TSS. So this should be 222 as a background color. We should fix this. Yes, so it's definitely visible. So should we add a different color to the config? The answer is yes, because we're going to reuse this. Theme secondary 222 there. And then we can go index TSS. You can say hello.config.colors. Theme secondary. Okay, and then in travel we can say background color alloy.config.colors.theme secondary. Travel. Okay. I dig this. Okay, can we get the app TSS UI button border color theme secondary? How does that look if I change the border color to a lighter color? Oh wait, oh wait, the boxes now it's fine. I mean, I don't mind it, honestly. It's not too bad. The borders were very in your face. Oh, yeah. The borders were very in your face. Now not anymore, but the buttons still stand out slightly. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, it's okay. Travel back to 0. Okay, I'm gonna leave them there. To stick more with relaxed coloring of things. Although I'm always thinking that maybe I should let more orange come back, but the orange borders would be too much. And right now the orange is very much the element that grabs your attention a little bit, right? Okay, I'm getting but I could increase the border size, by the way. There's 1 more second. Border width to 2. Because these boxes have them too. And they are a little bit more pronounced. Not sure if they are actually there now. I guess. Yeah, they're there. It almost looks a little fuzzy around the edges. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's get the refuel page going as well. So we're gonna call refuel page. What the hell am I talking about? The box is going to fuel the TSS. Anything else that I need? Button style, add button, I guess both. Yeah. And subtract button as well. Okay. And then also in travel, we're gonna need the functions subtract and add. Target, yeah. Fuel. Add, subtract. Okay, that should render the page. Yes. Okay. And I guess we just need the fuel interface needs a layout horizontal. Oh, that sort of works. Head. Yep. Okay. Okay. I don't think we need layout horizontal. What we need is, so we have the defined width. So what we need is the add button will be right 0. So subtract button, so they'll swap places now. It'll be left 0. And the other one should stick in the middle. Yes. Okay, let's make that 20. So they come a little bit more to the middle. Okay. Yeah, we don't have the function target, which is true. We don't need that. Let biofuel equals 0. Biofuel plus plus, biofuel minus minus, function render is going to be, I'm going to call it immediately as well. Fuel. $fuel, that text equals biofuel. And also if biofuel equals 0, return, because then we can't buy we can't buy less than what we need, what we can have. We're basically not selling fuel, that's not possible. And here, let's get the ship info over here. We need if ship dot. Ooh, what was the property for maximum fuel? Fuel and fuel capacity. Okay, fuel capacity minus ship dot fuel is smaller than biofuel. No, is bigger or equal than biofuel for return as well, because you can't buy more than fits in your fuel, right? So this should work. Refuel. And there's a cancel button. Okay, but this is 0 there. The minus doesn't work. I don't know if plus works. Why is the cancel button suddenly here? Why is it here? Render fill the text. Do we have the box? Class. Oh, no box there. I don't know where the cancel button is messed up like that. Does it have classes? It has UI button, cancel button. There's no nothing else overriding it. I think. No, there's no UI button override here. Button style, height 50. Okay, it's very weird that this cancel button is there, but I'm out of time. We're gonna need to work on the refueling later because it's already past 11 here, so it's sort of late for me here. We're working on this, so we're getting close, and hopefully we can very quickly in the next stream finish this. The next stream is going to be most likely on Tuesday, but I don't know if I have time to squeeze in one extra, and if I do, I'm going to announce that on Discord. So if you're not on my Discord and you're interested in when I go live between now and then, and join. I will announce there on time. I will be streaming, but otherwise it's going to be 7 p.m. GMT next Tuesday, coming Tuesday. And coming Thursday, I'm gonna be here as well, 7 p.m. and as well working on this application. So for sure, there's 2 streams coming up next week and hopefully more. But that's gonna be it for today. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks you also for the follows. And I will see you hopefully next time. See you guys.